of the last 5 from the Red Sox and the Yankees. Tonight, right-hander Chris Archer goes to the hill for the Rays against another AL East rival as red-hot Nelson Cruz and the Baltimore Orioles arrive at the Trop, opening a 3-game set. Welcome to T-Mobile Tuesday Night Baseball. For the Rays, it is home sweet home back at Tropicana Field after a 3-city swing. And tonight, game 1 of this series between the Rays and the Baltimore Orioles. Hi again, everyone. Great to have you looking in. With Brian Anderson, I'm Dwayne Stats. We'll be hearing from Todd Callis in just a few moments. Great pitching matchup to start this one. Chris Tillman has not been on his game like he normally is the last couple times out, and Chris Archer to the mound for the Rays. He loves to pitch at home, a little subpar in his last outing on the road.
Yeah, the battle of the Chris's. Let's go with Chris Tillman starting off here for the Baltimore Orioles. You know, he's their #1 guy, and he is certainly pitching like that this year overall. 3-1 record, 3.68 earned run average in 6 starts. The team, more importantly, is 5-1 in his starts. The thing about Chris Tillman, he is not going to wow you with velocity, but he throws 4 pitches, fastball, curveball, slider, changeup, and I'll tell you what, for a starting pitcher, he mixes them about as well as anybody in Major League Baseball. Chris Archer, Dwayne, like you said, loves pitching at home, and this goes much further back than just this season where he's 2-0. Look at that ERA and the opponent's average. You mentioned that last start on the road. Things did not go very well his way. So a lot of times you like to get back to where you feel comfortable. Certainly Chris Archer's comfortable here, and you will see a focused and determined Chris trying to get back on the right track.
He's comfortable here, and those numbers indicate exactly that. 16 starts at the Trop with a record of 8-3 and an even earned run mark right at 3. So it'll be Tillman and Archer here in the opening game of this 3-game series. Joe Madden this spring said this could be a breakout year for Desmond Jennings. Well, if you base it on this past week, he's right on the money. The American League Player of the Week. More on that after this.
Desmond Jennings getting ready for the first game of this homestand. Jennings named the American League Player of the Week. And not just this week, but what a start to the 2014 season for Desmond. Doing all the little things in the game of baseball. Bunting the other day for the first run of the game against the New York Yankees, playing great defense, just playing the game all the way around, on the bases, at the plate, in the field. There you see his numbers for the Player of the Week award. 355, 3 home runs, 3 doubles. What a catch here against the wall. This one's even better against Soriano as he robs him in the rain, running away from home plate. And then Desmond hitting some home runs on that road trip, one over the monster. And in Yankee Stadium, hitting not one, but 2 into the bullpen in right center field. Joe Madden thought about Desmond Jennings and said, this is the kid we expected when he was all the way back at Princeton in the minor leagues. Here's Joe on the Player of the Week.
Since we have him in the minor leagues and since he's been here, we've always believed that the potential was kind of like what you saw last week. That was pretty impressive because he had a lot of hard outs also on top of all the balls all the hits that he did get. But beyond that, how about his defense? How about some of the plays he made on defense? He's throwing better right now. His defense is back to gold glove caliber. His base running's always been good. He's picking his spots. Pretty hard to beat what he did.
And Desmond played all the innings of those 5 games in 75 hours on the recent road trip. We're less than 3 minutes away from the first pitch. It's the Orioles with Chris Tillman against the Rays with Chris Archer. We're ready for baseball to kick off this series in the homestand next on Sun Sports.
Chris Archer making his 4th career start against the Baltimore Orioles. Overall, his 5th appearance against Baltimore. Comes in with a record of 1-2 against the Orioles, and off that 4 2/3 inning start against the Boston Red Sox up at Fenway. Tonight's lineup presented by your Southern Ford dealers. We'll take a look at the Baltimore lineup. Nick Markakis leads it off. He'll be followed by Manny Machado, just activated. Nelson Cruz, in left, hitting third. Adam Jones in center. The DH is Matt Wieters. J.J. Hardy is the shortstop. Steve Clevenger will do the catching, hitting seventh. Steve Pearce at first, the number 8 hitter. And Ryan Flaherty is the second baseman, batting ninth.
On that lineup will go up against Chris Archer, making his 7th start of the season. 2-1 record, 4.84 earned run average, coming off of a start against the Boston Red Sox, where he was really cruising for the first 4 innings. Things kind of got away from him there in the 5th. He'll be determined tonight to not allow that to happen again.
Here's Nick Markakis, and the first pitch of this game is a strike call right there at the knees to start this one. The first pitch presented by Pincher Penny. Markakis starts the night at 306. Oh, 2. The Orioles come into this game 15-14, just a percentage point ahead of the New York Yankees in the American League East. Buck Showalter's club with a winning percentage of .517, New York at .516, and a game and a half ahead of the Rays. Rays running third.
How about the fact that the entire division is only separated by that game and a half, top to bottom?
It's pretty amazing, and something that I think a lot of people feel could be that way for a good part of this season.
You know, we've been able to see, each of the teams in the American League East, Baltimore and Toronto, New York, Boston, and it just doesn't seem as if there's any team that's capable of just running away and hiding. And you're absolutely right.
Here's the thing about that. We talked about the division before the season, early here in the first month, and it really does appear, a little chopper foul there, that 90 wins, 80, maybe even 89 might win this division unless one of these clubs somehow gels. And you wonder about what team that would be. And I think the Rays are hopeful that they can get a couple of those arms back in their starting rotation. And when and if they do, that I think will give them, if not an arm up, a leg up on the rest of the division to try to make a move. Because that's what it appears now, that this American League East is wide open. It's there for the taking for the team that can put something together. There you see Jeremy Hellickson and Alex Cobb. They will play a role in that. Colomé may play a big role in that as well.
He made his first rehab, so to speak, start.
Alex Colomé. There's a line drive, and it's past Loney into right. So Markakis is aboard to start this game.
Well, he's one of the guys in this lineup, Nick Markakis, that's swinging the bat very well right now. It's a very top-heavy lineup when you look at not only the overall season numbers, but who's swinging well right now. Markakis is one of them, and this pitch actually, you could see where Hannigan was set up. They wanted it away. It came back middle in, and Markakis turned on it.
And here's Manny Machado about to step in. He's a guy who can make a big difference, as we saw last year in this Baltimore club. Just back from knee surgery, activated last Friday. 3 out of 17. Ground ball off the glove of Archer. Escobar will step on the bag and throw to first to get the double play. Not the conventional 1-6-3, but it works out quite nicely.
Yeah, and thank goodness that Archer got that glove up, because if he doesn't, that ball may sneak into center field, and you're looking at first and third. You got a chance here with the backhand play, but look at that. He redirects it right into Escobar's path, and then he finishes off with a strong throw. Had Ben Zobrist there a chance at a backhand type play, but that little tip by Archer made it even easier.
So Markakis forced at second on the front end of the double play after he had extended his hitting streak to 13. First pitch to Nelson Cruz is in there, and that's a strike. Archer hitting 95 with that fastball. Not uncommon for the Rays' young right-hander to live in that neighborhood with velocity.
No, and he was a guy that last year his average fastball velocity was 95 average for a starting pitcher.
Yep.
You're expecting him to get out there 6th, 7th inning each and every time. That's impressive.
0-2. You know the amazing thing, and I had a scout last week mention this. How does a guy like Archer with that arm, how can he be traded not once but twice? You know, Cleveland, Cubs, the Rays. How does that happen? There's a strike call on that outside part of the plate. 3 pitches. Cruz is out of there. We go to the bottom of the first. Rays coming in to hit. The dugout right there with Ryan Hanigan already right there with his young right-handed starter Chris Archer.
Well, the hit to Nick Markakis was mislocation, and so Ryan Hanigan, you're just reminding him, make sure you reach and play catch with me. Your stuff is so good. Just get out there in front with everything, and we'll take this lineup down.
Well, let's take a look at the Rays lineup presented by your Southern Ford dealers. Ben Zobrist to top the lineup, followed by the American League Player of the Week, Desmond Jennings. Matt Joyce hits third, then Evan Longoria, James Loney, and Will Myers. The DH is David DeJesus, Chanel Escobar at short, and Ryan Hanigan, the catcher, hits in the 9th spot. There's Tillman on the hill, and the first pitch into Ben Zobrist, and he takes that one for a ball.
And Chris Tillman trying to get back on track here a little bit. His last start, you talk about getting worked by a team. Pittsburgh Pirates, 4 2/3 innings, 112 pitches in that game. Struck out 8, walked 3. But overall, in this young season, his 6 starts, team is 5-1 in them.
Shot back into right field. Markakis will go back just in front of the track and makes the catch. You know, we're fresh off that road trip and playing in Yankee Stadium. You hit a ball like that at Yankee Stadium, you're thinking extra base hits. Here, it's another story.
Yeah, and Ben would be the first to tell you, too. He did not hit that ball well at all. You could hear the crack of the bat, but you get it to the right spot in that stadium, especially with the wind conditions.
Yep.
You got a chance to get that one out of here off the wall.
It's the Trop plays, people say it really plays to maybe the advantage of the pitcher. But here's the deal. You've got to hit the ball well to get it out here. And we go on the road, we see some balls that are hit like that are extra base hits. You got to hit a ball well. You earn it here.
Yeah, no cheapies. You do not get a cheap home run at Tropicana Field. I mean, even if you go right down the left field line where it's 315 with the low wall, you got to hammer it.
Yeah.
To wrap it around that pole. You're not going to flip one over there.
2 strikes the count to Desmond. Fly ball lifted toward right center. Markakis in line with this one. 2 gone.
Well, let's take a quick look at the Baltimore defense as it lines up tonight in the outfield, left to right. Nelson Cruz, Adam Jones, and Nick Markakis across the infield. Third to first, Manny Machado, J.J. Hardy, Ryan Flaherty, and Steve Pearce. Steve Clevenger will be behind the plate.
Adam Jones out there in center field. It's the other aspect of this Baltimore club. They've got Gold Glove players all over the place defensively.
You think about J.J. Hardy at shortstop, Adam Jones out in center field, Manny Machado, and what he can do now that he's back in there at third base. Very strong left side of the infield. And then you think about up the middle when Wieters is back behind the plate.
Joyce chopping one to the left side, and that ball came up as Machado found himself backpedaling, and the ball played him, skipped by him.
Yeah, he got eaten up by that chopper off the bat of Matt Joyce, and we've seen it more and more. You want to shift over on Matt Joyce. He said, I'm going to make a conscious effort to go the other way if I can. He does right there, and Manny Machado, now it's going to be a tough hop. He starts to back up, and this ball just eats him alive.
Almost spanked him. So a base hit for Matt Joyce.
Take that.
That's unusual for him.
No, it really is. This whole team
special. Longoria fouls it back. Strike one. Our Buick big matchup. Look at those numbers for Longoria against Tillman. 10 out of 24 with 4 home runs. He also has 2 doubles and 3 walks among those plate appearances. And just like that, Tillman's in front of Longoria, 2 strikes.
Yeah, and Ryan Flaherty, who was playing on the left side of second base, has now moved on the other. That's a fastball down and away. Evan Longoria, we've seen that same pitch with 2 strikes. He will take that to right field. That's why you see Flaherty move.
Shot back into straightaway center. Jones back. He's looking up. Goodbye. Home run, Evan Longoria. Down 0-2. Longoria hits his 4th home run of the year. And another shot for Longo off Tillman, his 5th career home run off him.
Well, he was not able to put that fastball in as good a location as he did the previous pitch. This one stays up, and that allowed Evan Longoria to get full extension. That's a bad combination. Fastball up, full extension on the swing. Talk about no cheapies. Never cheap when you hit it out center field here.
So the Rays break out in front here on this 3-game series. James Loney takes the pitch down. Sixth home run given up by Tillman this season. 1-1.
And he will give up the long ball. He gave up 33 last year.
Yeah, 2 starts ago to the Blue Jays. But high, the breaking ball, curveball there. It's 2-1. Loney, the 5th leading hitter in the American League at .330 to start play.
This was a guy who, through his first 10 games of the season, was hitting 176. So quite the dramatic turnaround for Mr. Loney.
Chopper foul. You know, talking about how you've got to hit the ball well to get it out here, and this not known as a hitter's park. When you look at the Rays averages at home this year, they've got a run starting with Zobrist 309, Jennings 318. It's handled by Flaherty, the second baseman. So that retires the side. Rays get a couple on one swing of the bat from Evan Longoria. It's 2-0 Tampa Bay.
Second inning, and the Evan Longoria two-run homer in the bottom of the first has given the Rays an early lead. Let's take a quick look at the Tampa Bay defense as it lines up tonight in the outfield left to right. Matt Joyce, Desmond Jennings, and Will Myers across the infield third to first. Evan Longoria, Yanel Escobar, Ben Zobrist, and James Loney. Ryan Hannigan will be behind the plate.
Chris Archer with a couple runs now on his behalf by his teammates. You can see the concentration right there on Archer's face. Just a verbal reminder or two to himself. And here's Adam Jones. First pitch inside.
Well, I think anytime you have a start like Chris had his last time out against the Red Sox, where things are going so swimmingly the first 4 innings, and then it just completely falls apart on you in the bottom of the fifth, that's a scary thing. It really is, because you say, wow, I was cruising. I mean, I wasn't just battling through. I was cruising, and it all can turn just like that. So you see him early on tonight giving himself those reminders to try to prevent that from happening again.
Do a nice slider for a strike to Jones. Now a little piece of that one is foul.
Now you look at the 5 walks that he had in that ball game.
Yep.
That's half his season total, and it came all at once.
Jones at 252 with a home run on the season. Up and in 2-2. Take a look at this. The home and road splits this year. 4 starts on the road with a 6.35 and a loss. 2-0 with a 2.13 in the 2 home starts so far this year. Ooh, that's going to be a little wide. And the slider takes the count to 3-2.
Back and forth on Adam Jones. Fastballs in, sliders away. This one just off the plate. And you see how he's spreading them out. 3 heaters in, 2 sliders away.
Ground ball, and right there is Zobrist. Takes care of Adams. That gives Adams 0 for 10 with 4 strikeouts in his career against Archer. Adam Jones.
Well, you could see, I mean, Chris Archer, the way that he worked Adam Jones and that at bat right there, he's got a game plan. Crowd him with the fastball because, again, he wants to get extension, just like Evan Longoria. He wants to get those arms extended. So you pound him in with the heater, and then Chris Archer's slider is good enough to throw down and away to any right-handed hitter in baseball.
Well, here's the guy who just wears out Rays pitching. Matt Wieters is 3rd in the league overall this year in hitting right now at .337. And he's hitting .368 against right-handed pitching. Look at those numbers. 75 games in his career against the Rays. He's put up unbelievable numbers. .336 with 15 home runs in 75 games.
Well, yeah, so say 150 games in the course of a season, 30 homers, 108. That's a pretty healthy year against one team.
And he has a base hit here.
Which begs the question, his numbers against the Rays are far and away better than numbers that he has against most other clubs, maybe all of the other clubs. And with the Rays pitching staff and how accomplished it has been the last 5, 6, 7 years, you figure that he would hit a whole lot better than that facing some of these other staffs, because you're not going to find usually a more complete staff than the Rays.
That's a great question. I mean, he's put together unbelievable numbers against, arguably, over that period of time, the team that's had the best pitching. I mean, that's been the heart and soul of the success story of the Rays is excellence when it comes to pitching. And he has Hall of Fame numbers against year in and year out against the best staff.
And I mean top to bottom. You know, he's against the starters, great, but then you get into the Rays bullpens, and although it has been remade several times in the last few years, those guys have all been excellent. For whatever reason.
1 strike to count to Hardy. 0-2. Looks like those individual matchups, sometimes they just don't make any sense. There'll be a guy, we've talked about that before, a guy who a pitcher will own that hitter, and vice versa, a hitter that the guy just can't get him out.
And he'll be a career. It'll be an all-star pitcher year in and year out against a guy that can barely stay in the league hitting 200.
Yep.
But he'll absolutely own him.
High right there. 1 ball, 2 strikes. A little wide.
J.J. Hardy smart enough to recognize a pitch that he cannot hit and doesn't chase. Very few hitters in this Baltimore Oriole lineup are disciplined enough to not chase.
Yeah, they love to swing the bat, that's for sure. When you look at their numbers, they're the 3rd leading team in hitting in the American League at .264. But you look at their on-base percentage, they're 11th. You look at their walks, they're last. So all of that translates into 12th in the league in runs scored. So you can have the 3rd best average, but those other things aren't supporting a good offense. You're going to struggle to score runs, and that's the way they've been. It's amazing when you think about it, this team being 12th in the league in runs scored.
Yeah, I mean, it is mind-boggling when you look at they're in the bottom quarter in just about every offensive category except for batting average. And when you think about bringing in Nelson Cruz and adding him to Machado and Chris Davis, now obviously Machado wasn't here at the beginning of the year. Chris Davis is on the disabled list now. J.J. Hardy, who pops 20 home runs a year from the shortstop position.
Yeah.
Adam Jones in center. Markakis in right.
And a cut and a miss.
Wieters, who the Rays can't figure out a way to consistently get out. Yeah, it blows your mind that they are doing so poorly right now on offense. Right, there's a slider that Chris Archer able to get J.J. Hardy to swing through.
Second strikeout for Archer. Steve Clevenger. There's a ball too low to the Baltimore catcher. Low, 2-0.
Trying for that outside corner right at the knees. Could have.
Yeah, that's a pitch that Joe West traditionally has liked a lot. There's a strike call. 2-1. Joe West, the crew chief, working the plate tonight. A long time when the umpires were divided between leagues. He was a National League umpire. He'd give you that corner. It's going to even the count. 2-2.
Coming right back with another heater, down and away. Well located. Clevenger trying to reach out there and do something with that pitch. Just able to foul it off. And well, I'll tell you, Chris Archer's got some options here to put away Clevenger.
Oh, he got him on that inside part of the plate at 95. Strikeout number 3 for Chris Archer. Will Myers will open the home half of the second, and the Rays lead 2-0. Half of the second inning. Let's take a look at our Southern Chevy dealers storyline, and what a storyline it is for Will Myers. His last 3, 6 hits, a couple of home runs, and inside the park home run compared to the previous 11. He kept saying at the end of that stretch of 11 he was feeling very good. Something good was going to happen. It did.
If he tells you something, you can take it to the bank.
He starts this one with 4 home runs, 18 runs batted in. 1 ball, no strikes. Fastball from Tillman misses. Ground ball. Third. Oh, it's bobbled by Machado. How about that? Breaking ball, and Machado could not corral it. That'll be an error, his second since being reactivated.
Well, you think about this. First of all, the chopper by Matt Joyce, the way that ate him up. That ground ball right there misplayed. Had another error this past Saturday, just a few games ago. So Manny Machado is still trying to get those sea legs under him right now. That's a pretty routine play for him.
Yeah, he's a platinum glove winner. Not only gold glove, but that platinum. There's some extensive research, Rick Odioso, on it. The single best defensive player in each league, and he was not only the best third baseman, the single best defensive player in the league, therefore platinum. David DeJesus. Ball strike down around the knees. So it's very unusual to see him have the difficulty he's had on a couple of ground balls already tonight.
A little tarnish on that platinum glove. And there you see right here indicating.
1-1 now to David DeJesus.
Yeah, that's a good look. You know, you get the gold glove, and Rawlings will give you that gold patch. But you go to the platinum glove, and they really church it up, chrome it up.
Strike at the knees. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Yudel Escobar on deck. Fastball. Pretty good pass at that one, down 1-2, but he fouled it back.
Well, as you can see with Chris Tillman's fastball, he'll get a little bit of riding action with it, but it's not a big sinking fastball. More of the 4-seam variety stays true. He's got to be able to command that pitch where he wants it. Both sides of the plate, he will throw up in the zone by design.
And he gets a ground ball to short. Hardy Flaherty 1, Pierce 2, 6-4-3. So he got the double play ball out of DeJesus.
Man, he does not get many of those. I mean, this is a guy who just a little over 40% ground ball rate, but he gets one here when it matters.
Tillman is a 16-game winner a year ago in 33 starts. 16-7. He gave the Orioles over 200 innings. Curveball that stays high to Escobar.
How about this? He came up to the big leagues for good. He had some time with Baltimore here and there. We'll get back to it.
Third, Machado gloves this one. So that retires the side, and we head to the third. 2-0 Rays. on Sun Sports is brought to you by Toyota. Let's go places. By AT&T, mobilizing your world. Visit your local Checkers for the $2 shrimp and fries box. And by T-Mobile Tuesday Night Baseball. Rays and Chris Myers have a 2-0 lead. They'll carry that into the third, facing Steve Pearce, Ryan Flaherty, and then the top of the order, Nick Markakis. Rays got their 2 runs on the Longoria home run. Rays dropped the 2 games they played against the Orioles in Baltimore. They had that rain out. So they're 0-2 coming into this series against the Orioles this year. Steve Pearce takes a slider that's in there for a strike.
And one of those wins came against Chris Archer, his only loss of the season. He went 5 innings against Baltimore in Camden Yards, gave up 12 hits, 7 earned runs. The worst start of his young career. And really, that was just a case of mislocation. He said, I left too many pitches out over the plate. To their credit, they hit him. There was a little bit of revenge on Archer's mind.
A couple sliders and then the fastball up at 95.
That's
1-2.
Slider has been pretty tight tonight, and he going with what works. Fastball, slider, that seems to be the majority of pitches for Chris. Occasional changeup, and I mean occasional, mostly to left-handed hitters.
Popped up, that'll carry out of play. Hannigan gives it a look, but no chance.
You know, it's not
souvenir down there.
It's not often that you can have a starting pitcher that can go out there with 2 pitches. And when you look at the breakout of Chris Archer's, you know, changeup, you don't even think about it if you're a right-handed hitter. Left-handed hitter, he'll throw it every now and then. He hasn't used it as much as he probably would like to, because the other 2 pitches have been so very good, the fastball, slider, but just not easy to go through a lineup 3 or 4 times with primarily 2 pitches. And he's been, up to this point, been able to do it.
Yeah, and it's a testament to his stuff, actually.
That's that's the number that stands out, because when you look at what he did to right-handers last year, they didn't have a chance. That's almost 200 points higher than all of last season against righties. Righties were 176 last year. We saw the numbers this year, 364.
Well, and against right-handers, he's definitely going fastball slider.
Yeah. I mean, the changeup maybe an accident. And you know what? And these guys have the same information. So these righties are going up there now knowing it's 1 of 2.
Yeah.
It's 1 of 2 pitches. Now they're both nasty, and if he commands them where he wants to, you're not going to have much of a chance anyway. But if you can eliminate pitches, the changeup being it, and you miss, now you got a shot. That's what this team did to him last time.
And if he runs into a night when he's not as consistent and doesn't have command of those pitches, those 2, oh, that hurts. It's not fun being a catcher for that reason. But this guy, and all of them, I mean, they keep showing up, but
right on the top of that foot, that awful. Little flat pad doesn't do a lot, if anything.
We were talking about Archer with those 2 pitches, so it's paramount then that he have command of both those pitches, and if the opposing lineup senses that he's not, then he's going to have problems against right-handers.
And that's exactly, you know, what has happened. They understand now you're getting the 2, and when the command hasn't been there, they have definitely cashed in.
Long one, deep to left. Joyce will watch it sail out of here. Slider.
And that's exactly what you're talking about. Now, if he gets that down and away, Pearce probably rolls it over, and you have out number one. But this slider stays middle of the plate. He had seen a number of pitches in that at-bat. Watch where this ends up. You want it down and away. That ball stays right in the middle of the plate.
I'll tell you, J.J. Hardy struck out on a slider similar to that one in the second inning.
Yeah, you don't want to repeat that one either.
No.
Not at all.
So it's 2-1 now. Pierce hitting his first home run of the year. Here's Ryan Flaherty.
They just don't have anything else to think about. If you're a right-handed hitter with Chris Archer, it's going to be hard and almost as hard. That's it. Everything's hard. 2 pitches, and they're both hard pitches. It makes it a little bit easier for them to game plan against Chris. It forces him to have to be really, really good with his command and location, which he's more than capable of doing, but it's not an easy way to pitch all the time.
2 strikes on Flaherty, and now Longoria takes care of the shift on the right side. Moves to the right side of second. It's a ball and 2 strikes. Upstairs with the Heat at 96, 2-2. Archer with wins over the Blue Jays and the Yankees, and the loss to Baltimore, and the no decision against Kansas City, 1 against the White Sox, and a no decision against Boston. And he's 3-2 with Flaherty. Just with the fastball. That's Markakis on deck. Strike 3 call. Came back with 1 on the corner end. So Flaherty is out on strikes. Let's go down to Kelly now for tonight's Trade Wind social media report. Kelly?
That's right. Thank you, Dwayne. It doesn't happen every day, but Chris Archer and Will Myers each sponsor travel baseball teams in their hometown. And this past weekend, each of their 8 and under travel teams played against each other. Now, Chris tweeted out this photo. Of course, you see the Archers going up against WM9. Now, WM9 won the game, but of course, Chris had a nice piece of information for his team. He says there is no losing, just winning and learning. And I got to catch up with Will Myers before the game, and he said he was absolutely excited about WM9. He said he spent a lot of time this offseason putting the team together and helping them practice. Guys.
All right. Thank you for that update. That's a lot of fun for the players involved in activities like that, and for the youngsters to have that connection. A 1-1 count on Nick Markakis.
Yeah, I think we were sponsored by like a local ice cream shop. We didn't get sponsored by major league players.
Yeah. At least you got ice cream, though. There was that.
Yeah, well, listen. Didn't want to be sponsored by Chico's bail bonds. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, but you could have been in a movie then. But either case, Will's probably better. If for no other reason, if he stops by to give you a little pep talk.
To be short.
Win. Get a hit.
Chris Archer would be telling you how winning is, not important. It's about growing and learning. And Will would be like, winning's the only thing.
That's right.
That's why that'd be a great game to watch, those two going at it.
Yeah, we should set up a debate between the two. That would be fun.
That would be all time.
Ground ball by the mound to second, and Zobrist will handle that. Markakis is the second out. Two gone with the bases empty. Now it's Manny Machado. Grounded into the double play his first time on a ball deflected by Archer. Well, Machado came up 2 years ago. He really a shortstop, but played third base and made a big difference, an immediate impact with the Orioles. A little over 50 games, and then close to the full season last year before the injury. Still played in 156 games last year. It's 1-1. He's still only 21 years old. How about that? 1-2. Yeah, he'll be 22 in July. Misses outside. Threw him a fastball off the plate.
Yeah, trying to make the perfect pitch right there. Going with the hard stuff, down and away, just off. Well, he threw a slider earlier in this at bat, middle of the plate, but just disappeared down in the zone. Try to look to get something just like that right here.
Out to second base, and Zobrist handles this one. Nice job there to get Machado. Run on the home run. It's 2-1. Rays, middle of the third.
Tomorrow's starter Cesar Ramos. There's the familiar face of Alex Cobb. And today, guys, some really good news as Cobb went to the bullpen session with Joe Madden watching. And Joe said it was electric watching him. Joe understands now why hitters have such a tough time with the curveball. He said it was unbelievably sharp today. So Alex is getting close to facing live hitters. There you see the other DL guys behind him, his buddies Jeremy Hellickson and Matt Moore watching on, Jim Hickey in the batter's box. Joe said it is extremely realistic that we could see Alex Cobb by the end of May. Look how fired up he was at the end of his session. It's just good news all around. We're looking at maybe that Toronto-Boston trip the end of May, guys, is a possibility, and that is certainly good news because usually the Rays don't throw out dates unless they're pretty confident they can meet him. Back to you.
Yeah, you're right. They're very conservative when it comes to projecting when young players get to the big leagues, when injured players return. So to even hear a date like that, that's a measure of confidence that he's going to be back soon.
Well, the one thing that you could take just from those clips of him throwing off the mound, he was holding nothing back.
Yep.
I mean, that looked like Alex Cobb giving full effort in a bullpen, and that is extremely good news just based on the type of injury that he had. So when you feel confident enough to turn it loose like that, yeah, you're closing in on returning, no doubt.
That's going to be a big part of going back to what we were talking about earlier about the American League East and a team stepping up. And I have to believe that the team that has the greatest possibility of putting together consistent pitching will be the team that steps up. And getting Alex Cobb back and maybe one or two other arms, very big steps in that direction.
Man, it definitely sets up well for the Rays to get bodies back, quality pitchers. That will allow that starting staff to do what we expect it to do, and that's to pitch competitively deeper into games. You start to preserve the bullpen a little bit. You just cannot. They cannot stay on the pace that they're at. They're almost 36 innings ahead of where they were last year, the same number of games. That's astounding.
Yeah, and if you multiply that out, project that out to the full season, that's a staggering amount to add on, and it would be. I think we talked about it the other day. All the innings the Twins bullpen last year had to pitch, they led the major leagues in innings pitched. You don't want to be anywhere near that number.
No, and they're very near that number projected right now. And this is already with a manager who we know loves to use his bullpen and make pitching changes.
Roller out to short. Hardy throws out Hannigan. That's the first out. In the game tonight and all season long, Tires Plus donates $100 to the Pediatric Cancer Foundation for every Tampa Bay Rays home run televised on Sun Sports. Back around to the top of the order. Here's Ben Zobrist. Well, the Yankees had a major shift on for Zobrist, and the Orioles play him to pull, but no shift. But they do have Machado well off the third base line. Two strikes. Rays facing 26-year-old Chris Tillman. Fly ball into left. Cruz is there. Zobrist out number 2 here in the third. Rays opening the series against the Baltimore Orioles. First of a 3-game series. Cesar Ramos will pitch against Bud Norris tomorrow. David Price scheduled to pitch here on Thursday night. Curveball, high chop. Flaherty's got it. The throw to first in time. So it's a 1-2-3 third. We go to the fourth. 2-1 Tampa Bay. 2-1 lead. Slugger Nelson Cruz, boy, he is a big part of this Baltimore lineup, especially with Chris Davis on the disabled list. You see our Toyota trend for Cruz. Second in runs batted in, tied for third in home runs, third in slugging percentage.
You remember, this was a late in the game pickup for the Baltimore Orioles.
Yeah, it wasn't until the third week in February that he signed with them.
Yeah, early returns, very, very good. And thank goodness, because again, we go back to overall numbers on this team's offense have not been very good. Kind of carrying the load right now.
This pitch fouled back. Archer starts him with a slider for a strike. Again, 0-2.
Well, when you can get a guy to expand his zone like this pitch well down and off the plate. You see Nelson Cruz swinging it like it's going to be right down the middle. You know at this point you do not have to throw him a strike. I wouldn't venture anywhere near that zone.
And how about that? Base hit on an 0-2 pitch. There's the slider that didn't slide a whole lot, and an 0-2 base hit for Nelson Cruz.
This goes back, this is a bad hit to give up because of the previous pitch. Okay, that's on the corner. He just swung at a slider down and away in the dirt. This team doesn't walk. That's why you say I wouldn't go anywhere near the zone 0-2. Well, he went near the zone and got burned.
So the leadoff hitter is aboard for the third time in 4 innings. And here's Adam Jones. There's another guy who will swing the bat and swing it often.
He was approaching, I believe it was 689 plate appearances last year. He walked 25 times. I mean, kick up the rosin bag and he'll take a rip at it.
And a foul ball out of play on a fastball. Archer ahead of this hitter. Cleanup man for Buck Showalter. 2 strikes the count to Jones.
Well, again, another prime candidate to expand the zone on. 0-2. Doesn't walk.
He fouls a fastball. Archer with 20 pitches in the second and 24 pitches in the third, and a very quick first inning as a result of the double play. He's averaged a little under 16 pitches an inning this year. A little over that tonight on average. Nice block by Hannigan. It's 1-2.
You gotta love to be a pitcher out there and talk about expanding the zone. You know you can do it with confidence with Ryan Hannigan. Watch, this is a hard slider. Look at him get out there, get the glove out there, the leg, the body over top of the baseball, keep it close.
Ground ball, that's going to bounce through the right side. Down to second, advances Cruz. First and second.
Another pitch that was just too hittable in a 1-2 count against a guy who will not walk. That ball wanted in. That's right down the middle away, and it allows Adam Jones to just find a hole on the right side. You just go back again with execution. And Chris Archer, it's never about the stuff. Yep. It's about the execution of it.
Well, here's a danger now. Here's Wieters coming up, who, as we've chronicled many times, just is murder against Rays pitching. And what makes it difficult here, he had 2 hitters down, 0-2. Now you face this guy. Trying to keep the odds in your favor. But Wieters has messed that up against Rays pitching a lot.
This is where you have to be positive and say, okay, he may be hitting 350, 360, whatever it is against the Rays. It still means they get him out more than he gets hits. And let's go with that.
Okay. And he got a base hit the last time, so odds are he's not going to get one this time.
I like it. Positive thinking. Consistent thoughts, Dwayne.
There you go. A ball, no strikes. Ground ball, second. Look at that. Zobrist, Escobar dropped it in the middle, and everybody's safe. Rays had a potential double play right there.
And they're saying that there was no control at second base, so you don't even get the benefit of the out on the transfer.
Yep.
They're saying it was never controlled, so that's just an E6. And Joe Madden, of course, is going to go out there and take a look. Davey on the phone. Let's see if this ball was ever under control. No. Never under control. That ball came out. That wasn't even on the transfer. It just comes out of the glove right here. Just a drop.
Yep. So the Rays in a big spot right now. I mean, you have two teams here who, normally speaking, do not make those mistakes. But we've seen Machado with an error in this game. Now we see Escobar with an error.
These are the two best defensive teams as far as fielding percentage in baseball since the beginning of last year.
So the bases are loaded, fielder's choice, and an error. Nobody out. So Archer's really going to have to go to work now. Facing J.J. Hardy. Hardy came into this game 4 out of 10 with a couple 2-base hits in his career against Archer. First pitch is low.
This is where the execution has to be flawless. Chris more than capable. But he's going to have to be very, very good here.
Down.
You know, the one plus that you have here is if he can come back and get Hardy. You look at who's on deck. You've got Clevenger on deck. He completely overmatched him in his first at bat. Steve Pearce, of course, got a slider out over the plate, hit the home run, but well, you want to get something on the ground here. Hardy looking to swing 2-0.
Little tap foul. 2-1. Slider, and Hardy got just a little piece of that. Back, he'll make the catch. Cruz tags, throw headed toward third, now back to second, cut off and relayed to second, but the run scores on a sacrifice fly. Jones advances to third. Wieters up to second, and the game is tied 2-2.
Well, that was big for Baltimore, too, to not only get the sacrifice fly to tie the game, but to be able to move those two runners up deep enough that you can get them second and third, less than 2 outs. What Chris Archer has going for him was Clevenger's first at-bat, and he threw him a couple of very good pitches where it just looked like you continue to hit those spots against him, you should have success.
The ball down and in. So the Orioles got a break on the error after Cruz and Jones had singled. They now have a run on the fly ball to left, and Jones at third. Wieters now at second. Two and 0. He's got 2 in the first. Baltimore 1 in the third, 1 here in the fourth, and they threaten for more. That's a strike. 2-1. Tillman has seen his teammates tie this game. It's 3 balls and a strike. A couple of base hits on 0-2 counts. Then the double play ball and the error. Well, the Rays would love to get out of this with only the 1 run being scored. Major issues here. 3-1. That will make it 3-2.
An awful lot of confidence in that slider, not wanting to be predictable with first base open. Instead of throwing that 3-1 heater, he goes with a 3-1 backdoor slider. You figure the way that he's worked Clevenger here, either one in either location. Fastball, slider, in or out. Take your pick.
And he strikes him out. Came back, slider again. 3-1 slider, 3-2 slider.
Well, that's the second punch out on Clevenger, and that's what you were shooting for if you were Chris Archer. Fell behind early, but then gave himself a chance at the end with the slider, and now can keep this game tied. 1 more out. Not worried about the runners now as much as you are that hitter.
He went 3-2 with Pierce and then threw him the slider, and Pierce hit it out. Time Ryan Hannigan heads to the mound. See, this is now the third 20 pitch inning for him. He's averaged just under 16 pitches an inning this year.
And this is one of those games too that as you see Chris Archer continue to develop as a starter, you'd love to see that third pitch. We haven't seen a changeup tonight. It's been fastball, slider throughout, and that forces you to have to be almost perfect with location.
Chop to third. Longoria's throw to first. That's there, and Pierce is retired. Rays get out of that and limit the damage to a run. We're tied 2-2. Bottom of the fourth inning. Time now for you to tweet your photo using hashtag SunSportsFanPhoto for a chance to have it shown in an upcoming game broadcast. Brought to you by AT&T. Matt Joyce will begin the bottom of the fourth inning. It will be Joyce, Longoria, and Loney. Matt with a base hit. His first time up there. Hit it the other way, and a ball that really played Machado instead of the other way around. And it went as a base hit. So I guess that'll give Joyce 9 hits the other way this year. Joyce came into the game hitting .288, but he also came in with an on-base percentage of .404, which is 5th best in the league.
When Joe Madden, Derek Shelton, they have to love that. The willingness to take walks, to hit the ball the other way.
Now he bunts foul.
He'll do that every now and then to try to take advantage of that shift. And he said that's a decision that I made, a conscious decision I tell myself each and every day coming to the ballpark, that if they're going to roll that shift over and I have the pitch and the opportunity to go that way, I will do it. And not a bad idea there to lead off an inning.
Ground ball, right side. This time it's gloved by Flaherty, who throws him out.
Now that's a pitch down and away from Matt Joyce, but the reason he rolls over was the change in speed, and that's what you do. You throw off the timing a little bit, you get a guy out in front.
Yellowwood bringing the lumber. Evan Longoria brought the lumber on an 0-2 pitch in the first inning with Joyce aboard to give the Rays an early 2-0 lead. Evan's 4th home run on an 0-2 count in his career. Takes this pitch low, 1 ball, no strikes. Last time he did it was in August of 2012. Jerome Williams was pitching for the Angels. 2 balls, no strikes. Tillman, no strikeouts. He hasn't walked anybody. Foul ball, and his strike to non-strike ratio is pretty good at this point. 32 strikes and 13 balls thrown.
You'll take that about 2.5 to 1. And his strikeouts are up this year. Almost over 8.5 per 9 innings.
A strike and a fastball in there.
Well, Clevenger was sitting off this pitch. This pitch is right down the middle, but you see him kind of set up away. He's got to reach back.
Ooh. A cut and a miss on the breaking ball.
And that's how Chris Tillman racks up his strikeouts. He doesn't do it by overpowering you. He will occasionally get you with a fastball up in the zone, but he does such a good job of mixing his pitches. Look at this curveball. Great depth. And so he mixes his pitches about as well as any starter that you will see. Is never really too predictable in a certain count.
James Loney faces him and takes the first pitch. A fastball for a strike. Yeah, his velocity's 90 to 92, somewhere in that neighborhood. And quickly is ahead of Loney.
When he's able to work the ball down in the zone like that, you see the breakout of his pitch speed. Tillman's a tall kid. And he's coming downhill at you with that fastball. So 91, 92, but you're only seeing the top half of it. And then you combine that with the fact that that curveball's got pretty good depth to it. The slider, changeup, good arm speed on the changeup. Mimics the fastball very well. A number of ways for him to get you out.
Pitch is down. 2-2. He came over from Seattle. In fact, that was that Eric Bedard trade between the Orioles and the Mariners. And they got Adam Jones and Chris Tillman and others. Count is full. So really what they have right now is their starting center fielder, a Gold Glove center fielder with power who can run. And arguably their #1 starting pitcher. Loney draws the walk.
That was an impressive at-bat. James Loney fell down 0-2, and then a couple of change-ups, a couple of curveballs, and he didn't so much as even check a swing. Saw the ball very well after falling behind and able to work that walk here with 2 outs.
Well, here's Will Myers. Will reached on the Machado error in the second. He had a good cut at that fastball. Strike one.
Well, that's where Chris Tillman will come up in the zone. He wants to work downhill, but at the same time, he'll throw that fastball up around the letters, and it's such an enticing pitch. But as you saw right there, it's not real easy to get to.
Nice pitch there. 0-2.
Well, he put that right on to Clevenger's mitt. He sat up there. He wanted it away right on the outside corner, and he just dotted.
More off the plate that time. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And Myers out on strikes. A couple of fastballs followed up by that curve. We go to the 5th, tied 2-2. Rays open the scoring in the very first inning on a 2-run home run off the bat of Evan Longoria, his 5th off Tillman and his 4th this year. Steve Pearce belted a home run to lead off the third. Hit a slider out off Chris Archer. The Rays and their defense get away from them in the fourth inning. Double play ball. They got nothing. And later in the inning, J.J. Hardy hit a fly ball to left. That scored Cruz with what has turned out to be the tying run. So we go to the fifth, 2-2. The Orioles have out hit the Rays 5-2 through the first four. And Chris Archer goes back to the mound. He's made 76 pitches through 4 innings. Five strikeouts for Archer, including getting Flaherty looking on strikes in the third. Starts him with a fastball. Flaherty fouls it back.
You know, and this segues perfectly into what we're going to talk about here. But now in the 78th pitch, we see Archer's first changeup. His first pitch other than a fastball and slider. And when we're talking about that third pitch for Chris, it's in no way a criticism of Archer as much as it is when you start to mix in that change of pace, that third pitch, it's just going to make life so much easier for you and not force you to have to be perfect with fastball slider, because both pitches are hard, and that's all these teams have. If you're a bullpen guy, all day long.
Yep.
A starter, it's a little bit more difficult, and so as he continues to mature, the third pitch is just going to do nothing but help him.
Yeah, and we talked about that the other day in the New York series with Sabathia, and when his career really took off.
Yeah. He was the same kind of guy from the left side. Fastball, slider, very good pitcher. He developed a changeup. He became an elite pitcher. He went right Cy Young, top 3, 4 every single year. Now he's have to reinvent himself now, but he's logged enough time and enough innings. But it was the development of his changeup that really took him to the next level and right at the top of the heap as far as starting pitchers in Major League Baseball.
Well, that's the effect it can have, and this young man right here has the kind of stuff. He has a great fastball and a slider. This one shot into right field, though. One hop the wall. Myers with the recovery and a 2-base hit for Flaherty on a slider.
See, and it just forces you with those pitches to have to be perfect with your command. Because, again, the hitter is only looking for something hard, and here's the slider, and it's breaking right down and into that swing of Ryan Flaherty. And he catches it clean and gets it down into the corner. You also go back to that changeup that was thrown on pitch number 78. That's a field pitch. It's tough to have any kind of feel for that pitch when you haven't thrown it until the 5th inning.
Leadoff double. Just like that, the Orioles threatened to take the lead with the top of the order. Nick Markakis in the batter's box. Ball, no strikes.
Yeah, but like a young hitter, like with Will Myers and his swing and working through some issues with that, and now back, this is the same thing. This is a growth type moment for Chris Archer as a starter. And this is where you learn about yourself. You learn about what you do well. You learn about your limitations. You got to remember, he is still young. One season, well, not even a full season last year of 23 starts. That's it.
Two 2-0. Archer has fallen behind Markakis. So Flaherty off second base. A look back there by Archer. And Archer's pitch in there. A fastball for a strike. Markakis with a 13-game hitting streak, 1 for 2 tonight. He singled in the first. Slider down, 3-1. Markakis now lifetime against Archer is 1 of 11, or 2 of 11 now, including that hit tonight. See Machado on deck. And he walked him. So that'll put a runner at first base. First walk of the game. So men at first and second with nobody out. Tonight's broadcast is on AFN, the American Forces Network. Broadcasting to the U.S. Armed Forces, serving in 175 countries and aboard ships at sea. And watching around the world in Iraq, Germany, Italy, Southwest Asia, South Korea, and Japan. We welcome and salute each and every one of you. Thank you for your service. Conference on the mound. Jim Hickey out there. Rays limited the damage in the 4th inning when the first 2 men reached, and then the Rays failed to turn a double play. Limited the damage to just 1. Now they're in trouble here in the 5th.
First and second, nobody out, but a hitter coming to the plate that you've gotten to hit the ball on the ground in his first 2 at-bats. Looking to do the same thing right here.
Grounded into a double play in the first on the deflection by Archer back to Escobar. Ground ball. This one's going to go through the left side. Joyce with the pickup. Holding at third is Flaherty. And the bases are loaded. Well, he got the ground ball, but through the left side between Escobar and Longoria.
Yeah, that's frustrating because he got the ground ball. He got the chopper, too. An easier ground ball to handle, but just perfectly placed by Machado, able to pull it over there into the hole. No chance for Escobar to get there. And now you've got a spot here with Nelson Cruz, who has been extremely productive for the Oriole offense.
Brad Boxberger up in the bullpen for the Rays. And here's Nelson Cruz with him loaded. Archer in back-to-back innings has faced a bases loaded situation now. And he throws a strike on the slider. In just a bit. 95. 1-1.
That's exactly where Ryan Hannigan wanted that pitch. And you saw him acknowledge, Chris, you did exactly what I wanted.
Little chopper foul.
I'll tell you what, the one thing that Chris Archer has going for him is he can pitch himself into these spots, but just as quickly pitch himself out because of the stuff. And he needs to get nasty right here in a great count to do it. You know this guy's going to be swinging coming up next.
Cruz likes to swing the bat as well. Archer ahead. 1 ball, 2 strikes in the count. Another little chopper, and that's going to be same spot foul. Backhanded by Longoria.
You remember the previous at bat. Strike 2 was a slider down and away, well off the plate in the dirt. Nelson Cruz swung at it, came back with another slider, in the zone on the outside corner with some elevation. He punched it in the hole to the right side. So even at 1-2, you can really try to get Cruz to expand, especially with the bases loaded. Going to come right back in.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
That can still serve a purpose. He almost hit him right there. You did not want that to happen, but you got him to jump. You got him to move his feet. I'd go right back with that slider down and away off the plate. He will go after him.
Foul ball back. He came fastball. Challenged him.
And Ryan Hannigan takes another one. He did not get cheated on that 2-strike swing.
Yeah, he's not cutting down his swing ever.
There's a few guys that you just know they've got one speed, one swing.
He got it. Got back to that slider. Hard slider. Got him away. Big strikeout.
And you could have gone to that pitch previously. That's the one. Get the backup slider there for a strike. This nice. Work him in with a fastball. Foul that pitch off down in the zone. Just got a piece of that one. Come back in. Going to come right back in again, but then expand the zone with the slider. He will chase, and you get it there. Huge pitch by Archer.
1 away. Now Adam Jones. Upstairs. Jones has a hit and 2 at-bats. The hit he picked up in the 4th inning was his first ever against Archer. He was 1 of 11 lifetime against the Rays right-hander. Fastball, 1-1. Pitch in at 95. His pitch count matching his velocity now. 96 pitches. That last fastball, 95.
Able to maintain that velocity deep into a game. That's special.
Fly ball, center field. Jennings there to make the catch. Runner will score. So Flaherty crosses the plate as Jones lifted the fastball into center. That makes it 3-2.
Well, you know what? If Chris Archer can bear down and get out of this inning with that being the only damage, you'll take that any day.
Orioles had a chance to, I don't know if blow it open is the right term or not, but certainly to increase their run production substantially. Had a chance to do that in the 4th. Opportunity to do that in the 5th. They settled for 1 in the 4th. And Archer's going to try to get him to settle for 1 in the 5th. But he's got to get Matt Wieters. And we know how tough he's been against the Rays pitching staff over the years.
Yeah, the only difference was, when he got into trouble in the 4th inning, bases are loaded for 6, 7, 8. Yep. Here you're talking bases loaded with Cruz, Jones, Wieters.
3, 4,
you can
5.
get those guys with just one. Yep. You can bounce off that mound and get in the dugout.
It's a strike. 0-2. So Archer ahead of Wieters. 2 strikes, and he's on the verge of making his 100th pitch of the night. Two-strike pitch. Fly ball toward the line and right. Long run for Myers. He is there and makes the catch just across the foul line. Will Myers got over there, and so again here in the 5th inning, the Rays limit the damage to just 1 run. 3-2 as we go to the bottom of the 5th. Baltimore. On Sun Sports, brought to you by Just for Men, Mustache and Beard, champions of facial hair. La Bluebell Ice Cream. Bluebell Ice Cream celebrates National Ice Cream Month in July. Try our newest flavor, Rock Slide Brownie, and celebrate with us today. And by Tradewinds Island Resorts. So many ways to just let go on St. Pete Beach. Rays now down by a run. David DeJesus leads off the bottom of the 5th, and the first pitch is a strike. Well placed fastball by Chris Tillman. Tillman's made some nice pitches tonight.
Yeah, really the only glaring mistake was the 0-2 fastball left up to Evan Longoria. That cost him both runs.
Ground ball. Flaherty to his right in front of it. Up and out with the throw, and DeJesus is out number 1 in the 5th.
And I'll tell you what, the Rays, after the events in the top half of the 4th, the top half of the 5th, they should feel very lucky and fortunate. They're down just 1 run. Some big-time pitching there by Chris Archer after he had the bases loaded in both innings. He's still right there.
Janelle Escobar. Ball, no strikes. Escobar out third to first his first time. And ahead in the count, 2-0 right now. Two and one. Escobar came into the game 2 out of 11 in his career against Tillman, but with 3 bases on balls. There's a little looper into shallow right, but here comes Markakis to make the catch. 2 gone. So the bases are empty. Brian Hannigan prepares to hit. Season may be underway, but it's not too late to get your 2014 ticket plans. Choose from a variety of plans and get the best seat locations. This is the best way to experience all the excitement set to take place this season at Tropicana Field. For ticket plan information, visit RaysBaseball.com or call 888-FAN-RAYS. Ryan Hannigan takes the pitch for a ball. Couple strikeouts, 1 walk given up by Tillman. 2 runs and just 2 hits. Both those hits came in the first. It's down 2-0 Rays. There's 1 swing of the bat away from tying this game. Hannigan with 3 home runs on the year, 17 runs batted in. It's a 3-0 count. Tillman, as we mentioned, a year ago won 16. He won 8 at home and 8 on the road. Lost 3 on the road. There's a hot shot foul. The count goes to 3-2. Full up here. It's actually 8-4 at home, and then those 8 wins. On the road. Emerged as the go-to guy in the rotation. There's a base hit up the middle. First hit for the Rays since the Longoria home run in the first inning.
Well, we've seen the Rays do this a number of times on that road trip. You know, 2 outs, nobody on. Looks like it's just going to be an easy inning for the pitcher and able to put something together. Base hit by Hannigan. You'd like to see Ben Zobrist get going here. He was given the day off on Sunday. Had been a little bit of a funk at the plate.
And he has some interesting numbers against Tillman. Now 0 for 2 tonight and 5 for 31 lifetime, but 3 of those hits have been home runs off the right-hander, and he's drawn 3 bases on balls. 1-0. Couple of fly ball outs tonight. Tillman got him on a curveball and a fly ball to left in the third. Base hit the other way this time. The Rays with 2 outs make some noise. Zobrist collects his first hit tonight.
And going the other way. Best way to do it. You know, they've been staying away from Ben with soft stuff. This is just a poorly located pitch, and Ben Zobrist shoots the hole on the left side. Now first and second. You get Desmond Jennings to the plate now, who's on, well, he's just named American League Player of the Week. Had a tremendous week on the road, offensively and defensively.
He hit .355 for the week with 3 home runs. 3 steals in there, scored 8 runs. Fly ball to right, and is grounded out to second in this game. So a big at bat here with 2 outs. That pitch is high. Tillman tried to throw the breaking ball, and it stayed up. It's going to be a strike. Came back with a curve. Picked up the corner there. Ground ball. Shortstop Hardy's there. Close at second base. Zobrist hustling down there. That was very close at second base. Marty Foster on the call, and the Rays leave 2 men. Take another look. Rays threaten with 2 outs, do not score, and trail 3-2.
The Rays 3-2. Don't forget this weekend the Indians are in town. And beginning Friday, some of our special promotion items. It is this ladies wristlet. It is a ticket tandem Tampa Bay Times promotion. You can just open it up, put your phone in there. It's got a nice little handle right here. Nice little leather ladies wristlet. That's Friday. So here's the deal. Go to RaysBaseball.com/tandems. Get your special Tampa Bay Times ticket tandem for Friday's game only. And this exclusive item, a ladies wristlet, can be yours for this Friday's game. Guys, back to you.
All right, Todd, thank you very much. It's a nice item right there. Brad Boxberger will take over on the mound. 5 innings for Archer and 100 pitches. So Boxberger, once again, just up from Durham, will make his 4th appearance in a game for the Rays.
And I think each and every time out, he has impressed us with his stuff, his ability to pitch, move the ball around the zone, good breaking ball, fastball that's firm, good changeup.
J.J. Hardy leads off, and he takes a look at a fastball for strike 1.
We just haven't been able to keep him around for very long.
Yeah, he pitches a game we look for him, and he's gone.
I mean, like right now.
Shortstop Escobar, nice strong throw right on the money to Loney. 1 gone in the 6th.
Now Escobar, once he gets those feet planted and steps into a throw, he's got a very strong arm, very accurate with it.
Yeah, we saw that strong arm up in Boston on that relay throw to the plate.
Oh, yes.
To get Pedroia. Well, that might have been the biggest play of that entire road trip. Rays recovered after a 1-4 start, winning 4 of their last 5. 1-1 the count on Steve Clevenger, the catcher. Longoria, and his throw is in time. 2 up, 2 down on a couple ground ball outs. Reminder, Rays fans, don't miss tomorrow's Wednesday night showdown presented by Mazda as the Rays take on the Orioles. We'll be with you at 6:30. Our coverage. Steve Pearce takes a strike. Wave and a miss. Pearce quickly down. That fastball plenty firm at 94 from Boxberger.
And riding it up in the zone. He's got a little funky delivery at his release point. Creates a little bit of deception, and that 94, 92, 94 just jumps at you.
1 ball, 2 strikes. And Joe West having a little conversation. The Rays dugout. And I think that has, I'm not sure what that has to do with anything. Joe Madden seemed to be unaware of any infractions.
All of them in that corner of the dugout looked very amused.
That's a foul ball. The count is still 1-2.
I mean, you had David Price down there. You had Hellickson. You had Hickey. Everybody getting a good.
And Hellickson, that's what this is like down in this part of the dugout.
Front row seat.
That's foul out of play. We'll see another 1-2 pitch. Right there, and a good long look by Pearce.
It's going to sweep this breaking ball right off the plate. Very, very close, but Pearce does not chase.
Now the count's 2-2. Look out, he lines this one foul over the visiting dugout.
How do you get the bat to that pitch? That's a ball in, and it's got late movement in. I don't know how you foul that thing off. I mean, look at that. Watch your lips. Dude in the white shirt.
No. Just.
Did you say no?
That's so great. That was like. What was going on?
Right here. You may want to watch and pay attention. Come on.
This one is down. I'm glad we can laugh about that. Oh my goodness.
Could you? I mean, it would have popped like a melon.
Okay, put it away. Watch the game.
No selfies. No selfies with close flying baseballs.
There's strike 3. Hannigan's tossed down to first to complete the putout. 1-2-3 in the 6th. Bottom half of the inning coming. 3-2 Baltimore. 6th, they're down by a run. Saturday, MLB on Fox Sports 1 is back with a doubleheader. Buster Posey and the Giants renew their rivalry with Yasiel Puig and the Dodgers. Then the Indians take on Evan Longoria and the Rays. The action starts 3:30 p.m. Eastern on Fox Sports 1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Well, a nice inning by Boxberger. Leading off the bottom of the 6th is Matt Joyce. He takes a strike. Joyce 1 out of 2 tonight. And he hits one high and deep to right. Markakis back to the wall. He got it. Markakis, just as he arrived at the wall, he made the catch. Joyce making a bid for an extra base hit.
And Dwayne, we talked earlier about you're not going to get any cheapies and you've got to really earn a home run here. Matt Joyce, that ball he hit right off the end of the bat. It was a touch in front of it. And let's see if Markakis, that ball, into the glove. You see it wedge. Boy, that's as close as you can get to getting that ball over the glove and off the wall. And Matt Joyce a couple of feet away.
Evan Longoria shoots one into center, but Jones is there to catch that one. A line drive for out number 2 after that long drive by Joyce sent Markakis to the wall. So 3 pitches, 2 loud outs. Now James Loney. It's a strike to Loney. He got behind in the count in the 4th and then eventually walked. One and one. It's Brandon Gomes, joined by Joel Peralta in the Rays bullpen. It's 2 and 1. Slicing toward the stands, will be out of reach. 2 and 2. The last season the Rays went 13 and 6 against the Orioles. 7 and 3 here and 6 and 3 at Camden Yards. They're 0 and 2 against them this year. Dropped 2 games in Baltimore. Full count to Loney again. Loney continues to see a lot of pitches. Very selective up there. And very seldom helps the opposing pitcher.
That's why he's consistently able to put a good at bat on you. He uses the whole field.
Fouls one away.
You want to think soft here if you're Chris Tillman. Pretty good swing right there by James Lodi at a fastball. 3-2, a fastball with not a lot of late movement on it. And if you're going to stay out there, James Loney will just rifle that thing into the left center gap.
Ground ball, backhand, and a long throw by Machado. How about that?
Wow.
Right there on the money with that throw. 1, 2, 3, go the Rays. We head into the 7th. 1-run game. we head into the 7th inning. Rays Flex Packs have been a hit with fans across Tampa Bay. Score one for yourself and choose any 3, 6, or 9 games you want to attend throughout the season at great savings, and receive members-only rewards. To purchase your Flex Pack, call 888-FAN-RAYS or visit raysbaseball.com/flex. Brent Boxberger back to the hill. And a 1-2-3-6. Ron Flaherty misses the first offering. That's a strike. Flaherty doubled to lead off the 5th, and that led to him scoring what at the time and what still is the lead run in this game. 1-1. Markakis next, and then Machado. Chop back to the hill. Boxberger down to make the play, and the toss to first. One away. Markakis, the top of the order. Ball, no strikes. Liner in the center. Be caught by Jennings. 2 up, 2 down here in the 7th. And it's time now for our Chevron pitching matchup. Tomorrow night's starters: Bud Norris on the hill for Baltimore, and Cesar Ramos will make the start, looking for his 2nd win. We'll be with you at 6:30 on Sun Sports with our pregame coverage leading up to the middle game of this series. Low and outside to Manny Machado. 1-0. A 2-0 count. Boxberger in his 2nd inning in relief. Chris Archer threw 100 pitches tonight in 5 innings. Gave up 3 runs, all earned. 7 hits, 6 strikeouts, and a walk. All runs earned, including the one back in the 4th inning. For scoring purposes, you can't assume a double play on the ball that was dropped in the middle of what appeared to be a developing double play.
I think Chris overall was probably not as precise as he would like over the course of his outing, but he did make some big pitches in some big spots and limited Baltimore innings that could have really allowed this game to become out of hand. 2 bases loaded situations, back-to-back innings with nobody out, and gave up just the 2 runs, and that's what has allowed the Rays to hang around here and have a chance.
3-2, and that's going to be low. Machado walks. So Nelson Cruz due up, and Joe Madden comes out of the dugout. He's going to make a call to the bullpen. Back in a moment. Outs for the runner at first here in the top of the 7th. As promised earlier in the game, we have the AT&T fan photo of the game. Tweet your photo to hashtag #SunSportsFanPhoto for a chance to be shown in an upcoming game broadcast brought to you by AT&T. Brandon Gomes on the hill, pitcher number 3 for the Rays. He's on to face Nelson Cruz with Machado at first. Didn't miss by much right there from Gomes. 1-0.
Brandon Gomes on for the 15th time, and Nelson Cruz, the really good sliders that Chris Archer threw to him down and away. You start to envision Brandon Gomes and a steady dive to the cut fastball in this at bat.
High drive. There's a base hit. Down to second goes Machado.
You know, the one thing, you could see that coming. You knew that Brandon was going to attack him with that pitch. But the difference between that pitch and the slider that you saw Chris Archer strike him out with is the depth of the pitch. The cutter more of a flat pitch, and that one still, he gets it off the end of the bat but able to muscle it into left field. The good slider by Chris Archer that he got him on the strikeout with, good depth to it. You're going to get a 2-plane pitch where the cutter's more of a single plane, and that gave Nelson Cruz a chance.
Now Adam Jones, who drove in a run with a fly ball in the 5th, and that's the difference in the game at the moment. He missed the cutter there for a strike.
And if you're going to continue to throw that to Adam Jones, you better make it so it's got that good late action away from him, just like that first pitch, because he wants to get extension. You saw Chris Archer really attacking him with fastballs in, trying to tie him up because he wants to get full extension on his swing. You also know that he's going to swing at about anything you throw up there that's even remotely close.
Cruz at first, Machado at second. Jones doing a little housekeeping there after that first pitch. Picked up part of the bat that Cruz had. Barreled in, had a couple of slivers break away from the grain of that bat. His base hit to left. 2 strikes with that foul ball out of play. Two men out, top of the 7th. Adam Jones granted time by Joe West. Red Sox lead Cincinnati in the top of the 7th at Fenway 3-1. Here it's 3-2 Baltimore in the top of the 7th. Ball 2 strikes. And Matt Wieters is on deck. Slow block by Hannigan, 2-2.
Nothing new there. Smother. Keep it in front.
Yeah, textbook right there from Hannigan. 2 into center field. Jennings closing, makes the catch to retire the side. No runs, a walk, and a hit. 2 left, 7th inning stretch time. 3-2 Baltimore. Coming in to hit in the home half of the 7th, and here's what's coming up tomorrow on Rays Live. The pregame show presented by your Gulf Coast Honda dealers. It'll be another Web Wednesday, and Orestes will break down Cesar Ramos and his last 4 starts. Cesar Ramos against Bud Norris tomorrow night. Will Myers leads off. First pitch starts low. 1 ball, no strikes. That had some quick action on that break. We've seen the curveball a lot. First pitch may have been a slider. Breaking ball, 2-0. Two and one. Joel Peralta working in the Rays bullpen. Rays grabbed an early lead, 2-0, but single runs in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th innings by the Orioles, and they've taken a 1-run lead. Hot shot, base hit through the hole. Myers aboard, his first hit of the night, on for the 2nd time.
Well, and they had that different sound again. That was just a sharply hit ball between short and 3rd. But comes jumping off the bat of Will Myers. And down by just a run, a leadoff man aboard that can run. Good deal. Although I'd think twice if I was going to try and steal a bag against Chris Tillman. His numbers, it's really ridiculous.
No one has even attempted one this year.
You know why?
Yeah, because there was only 1 stolen base against him all of last year.
1
in 9 attempts.
Yeah, I mean, that is controlling the running game. And for a right-handed pitcher, that's really impressive. Yeah, the league got it last year. 1 for 9 with a pickoff. You know what?
Yeah,
just stay put. Just stay put.
Strike the count to DeJesus. The Rays will have to count on Myers' first third speed.
He's got first to home.
Yes,
we saw that. We saw that on the inside the park home run, where getting to first took a little while, even rounding first, but then boy oh boy did he turn on the Jets from there.
Ball, 2 strikes. Tillman just over 90 pitches here. Working on his second hitter in the 7th. Facing of the dugout. Wayne Kirby, the first base coach down there, retrieving that one. Ball to drop low. It's 2-2. Tillman in his 12th career start against the Rays. Came in 2-6 against the Rays with a .490 earned run average. 2-2. About to be made. And Jesus, foul ball to push the at bat along. Aaron O'Day, the right-hander, the extreme right-hander, starts to loosen in the Baltimore bullpen.
You get a little glimpse of that arm angle right there. Not easy on righties.
Full count. Well, they got down, and now the count is full.
Well, just working at bats. David DeJesus, another guy, veteran hitter, who will battle you night in and night out, put a good at bat, make you work for that out.
Move to first. Myers back in. That right hand on the bag.
Just in case, Chris Tillman taking a shot over there in case Will Myers has any designs on running here in the full count.
Jesus fouls it again. So he's making Tillman work here late in this game in the 7th.
Yeah, and you get the feeling that if Tillman's in here much longer, the Rays are going to break through on him.
Well, he had 84 pitches through 6. He's got a man at first facing his second hitter in the 7th, and that totals up to 97 right now.
Yeah, and
a foul ball makes it 98.
No, he realizes he's coming down towards the end of his outing, potentially starting to air it out here. Such little margin for error, just a 1-run lead, leadoff runner aboard, and a guy who's seen a number of your pitches in this at bat. So when you see enough of them, you almost feel like the advantage starts to swing towards the hitter. He's got a beat on everything.
10th pitch of the at-bat is ball 4. Well, what a great at-bat by David DeJesus, and the Rays have put the first 2 men on in the 7th inning. And Buck Showalter pops out of the dugout. He's already made the call to the bullpen. So with Myers at second, DeJesus takes over at first. Back in a moment. By a run, 3-2. Reminder, bring mom out to Tropicana Field. Enjoy a Mother's Day together. This Sunday, the Rays take on the Indians, and the first 10,000 women receive a Rays sun hat presented by Bayfront Health. Sundays also feature lots of fun family activities courtesy of the Tampa Bay Times. For tickets, visit RaysBaseball.com or call 888-FAN-RAYS.
Most aggressive pair of earrings this year.
Darren O'Day, the new pitcher, making his 13th appearance. And you can imagine how difficult it is to, number one, hang in there, and number two, pick up the ball for a right-handed hitter. Escobar up here. Machado in at third. He comes charging, and the bunt put down. There will be a throw to third. Out there, throw to first. Safe there.
This is the reason, you know, the Baltimore defense, they were crashing on that play, especially the first baseman Pierce. Look at them all coming. This is designed to take this away. When you've got the crash play on, Baltimore's D is looking to get the runner at third base. Now, again, tough to double them up, but plenty of time to get the lead runner there. Yeah, that was the play that they would teach you, where you would squirt around a bunt like that, and if you saw that crash play on, you pulled that bat back and took a little half swing, a little butcher boy like they used to call it. Tried to pop that thing through the middle, because if you bunt into the teeth of that crash play, very little chance for success.
And the Rays are looking over Escobar as he hustled down the line to beat that play back at first.
Nothing glaring there.
Well, Harker working over the left knee. So it goes as a fielder's choice on the sacrifice attempt. Escobar now at first with DeJesus, the runner, at second.
The only time I ever got aired out by Buck Showalter was bunting into a crash play like that in Colorado. Everybody crashed and laid the bunt down right to him. They get the lead runner, and
he wants you to pull back.
He aired me out.
Really?
Yeah. Only time he ever did that.
Well, now it's still first and second, one out, and Hannigan. Ryan Hannigan is up there. Pitch. Strike on the outside part of the plate. You just don't see this kind of delivery from that angle much if you're a right-handed hitter.
Well, you're so used to seeing that arm, up off the ground 6.5 feet, and all of a sudden this thing looks like it's coming from behind you.
Hit batter. Paul Harker's out there again. We'll take a look at the Rays catcher this time. Well, he said it's all right. We'll take a listen to this. So Hannigan is aboard. And an interesting sound.
Sounds like it may have mixed in a little bit of wood to go with that wrist.
Now the top of the order is Ben Zobrist with the bases loaded.
And while unconventional, a little bit of a plus here for Ben Zobrist is being able to see that arm out away from him.
Yeah.
Pluses of switch hitting.
And he's 3 for 7 against O'Day. Sends a high fly ball to center. Caught by Jones. The tag at third. And crossing the plate, David DeJesus to tie this game. Well, DeJesus, who worked a great at bat, turns out to score the tying run on that fly ball by Ben Zobrist. And this game is 3-3 now.
Yeah, and this is just another one of those games where the Rays have found a way to hang around, hang close in some really tough situations. And a little sac fly here, they tie it up and have an opportunity here to take the lead.
Desmond Jennings. Jennings shortens on the bat. Desmond thinking about bunting. He's 1 of 8 lifetime with 4 strikeouts against O'Day. So that had a lot to do with thinking about trying to put one down.
Yeah, and the numbers against O'Day and where Machado was playing him completely caught him off guard on that square around. You're thinking the guy wants to drive the run in. Desmond Jennings would love to do that, but he wants to also extend the inning.
That's a strike, and the count is 1-1. Troy Patton is up in the bullpen. ball. It'll be gloved by Machado. The throw down to second for the force. Rays score the tying run. We go to the 8th, 3-3. To Tropicana Field, where the Rays and the Baltimore Orioles are tied 3-3, moving into the 8th inning with Brian Anderson and Todd Callis. Dwayne Stats, great to have you aboard. Let's check in with Todd Callis before we move into the 8th. Todd?
Dwayne, Matt Wieters tonight as the designated hitter, first 22 games as the catcher for the Orioles. While in the state of Florida, he's actually going to take a visit to Dr. James Andrews in Pensacola tomorrow to take a look at a little elbow soreness he's dealing with. So we should find out some more information tomorrow on Wieters, guys.
All right. Well, here is Wieters to lead off the 8th inning. Joel Peralta in the game, and the first pitch is a breaking ball out of the zone. 1 ball, no strikes. Wieters 1 for 3 tonight as Peralta comes on for the 14th time. One and one.
I think this is one of those situations, Dwayne, in a game where you get late into the game and you feel really good about the Rays' chances of winning this ball game. It hasn't always looked like it's been the best of circumstances to win a game, but being tied as you move into late in the game at home with the back end of the Rays bullpen lurking, you force the other team to have to match zeros with you. Not a lot can. And that's certainly what you expect when you start thinking of Peralta and McGee and Balfour. Those guys at the back end, that's what they do.
It really mirrors how this team puts together clubs year after year. They put themselves in a position where the longer the game goes on, you feel, and the deeper the season goes because of pitching and defense, that you've got a chance to win.
Yeah.
Leadoff base hit by Wieters, and he's on.
And obviously you don't always win these types of games, and you don't always win the other types of games, but you feel good. You feel the Rays are somehow going to find a way to do it when they put themselves in these situations. We've seen it too many times.
Well, if you've got good pitching and good defense, chances are you're not going to make mistakes that are going to hurt you and cost you games. Occasionally, as you point out, you do, but over the long haul, it's going to be to your advantage to build that way. Ooh, a foul ball, and Hannigan takes this one. What a tough inning for him here.
Well, he gets hit by the pitch. We saw the other foul tip off the top of his toe. He got hit in the arm earlier. He has been a magnet tonight. My goodness.
Yeah, he's trying to throw that discomfort right out of there and to get some feeling, the right kind of feeling back in that arm. He says he's all right. Joe West checks with him along with Joe Madden. Paul Harker out there. So it's a strike on the foul ball. Hardy the hitter. It's fouled back, 0-2. The 0-2. Peralta took a shot at the outside corner, off the corner, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Good idea, good shot. Strike 3 call. He got him looking on that one. Fastball slipped it by him.
Well, if at first you don't succeed, go right back out there. And this one he laces up nicely. A borderline pitch, but look at that. I mean, well, it's nothing J.J. Hardy was going to accomplish by swinging at that pitch.
Steve Clevenger 0 for 3. There's a strike, as you may have heard Todd mention that the story on MLB.com is that Matt Wieters will see Dr. James Andrews tomorrow about the nagging soreness in his elbow. High fly ball back into deep right. Myers all the way to the wall. He leaps and cannot come up with it. The carom goes to Jennings. Wieters stops at third. Clevenger, a booming double off the wall in right center field. And now it's second and third with only 1 out.
Well, Clevenger hit this ball hard, but it was so high. That's the only thing that kept it in. You see right back here.
So Wieters had to wait to see if that ball was going to be caught.
Yeah, he couldn't afford to go any further. You saw how close that Will Myers was to it, just over the glove. And since then, we had a lost some lights.
Well, that was a booming double, but we didn't envision that this could happen as a result of Clevenger's 2-base hit. No sooner had they arrived on their spots at second and third than we lost a bank of lights. so there is a dusk atmosphere right now with the diminished lighting here at Tropicana Field. With one out in the 8th inning and Baltimore runners at 2nd and 3rd. And the normal protocol for this is that it will take a few minutes for them to regenerate. We'll see how all of that works. We're tied 3-3, and we'll be right back in a moment. The Baltimore Orioles are playing in the top of the 8th inning, and we are in a power delay. Runners at 2nd and 3rd, one gone, and it was not quite 10 minutes ago when we lost a bank of lights. Let's go down to the field, and Todd Callis, directly back of home plate, has some insight.
Dwayne, we're hearing a lightning strike, even though there wasn't a lot of weather in the St. Petersburg area. Apparently there could be a lightning strike here at the place that used to be known as the Thunderdome that caused the bank of lights to go out. Once the lights start coming back, the timing is 15 to 17 minutes to get to full strength, and we have not seen them start to come back yet, so we maybe have a little bit of a delay. But apparently a little bit of lightning hitting Tropicana Field, formerly known as Thunderdome, guys.
Yeah. Well, we had some shots from outside. It appears to be a lovely evening outside, but when the lights went down, we did hear some kind of booming noise, And there's the exterior of the rotunda area here at Tropicana Field.
Dwayne, since we landed on Sunday and woke up yesterday morning, there hasn't been a cloud in the sky. There's no weather around here.
And we have not complained at all about that based on the last road trip for sure, particularly the way it started. So a power delay here at Tropicana Field, awaiting the lights to return. Back in a moment. The Orioles beginning this 3-game series, progressing into the 8th inning. And with the Orioles putting men at second and third and one out, long double off the bat of Steve Clevenger into right center field. And once that play was complete, there was a partial outage here of a bank or two of lights. And they apparently are right behind home plate, which would be just above our location. So they've lost some lights there and waiting for those to begin the process of regenerating light. So we have a power delay. Seeing some of the reaches there back of home plate. There's a bank of lights out right there. So we'll wait for those lights to regenerate before play resumes here at Tropicana Field in a game tied at 3-3. In the meantime, let's take a look at some of the features of our pregame show and look back at the plays of April here. Now, week into May. There we see the plays of April, and highlighted in that prominently Desmond Jennings, who's been named the American League Player of the Week for that great week he began in May. Here we have a power delay in the top of the 8th inning, with the Rays tying this game in the bottom of the 7th at 3. The Orioles had put a couple of men on at 2nd and 3rd with 1 out in the 8th when we lost at least one bank of lights, and from our perspective, a little difficult to confirm any more than that. And normally speaking, when they've had either a substation hit or the like, it would take a little while before the bank of lights to essentially reboot themselves. And normally it takes about 15 minutes for that. Right now, Todd's been on the field. Let's check in with Todd right now behind home plate. Todd, what do you have?
We have a little bit of progress. There's just scattered outages throughout the B ring and C ring catwalks, and then out in the outfield banks as well. We're starting to finally see a few of the scattered lights on the C ring catwalk that are starting to illuminate. So that's a good sign. And we'll see. It may not be the full 15 minutes once they start back, because I'm sure Joe West wants to get things rolling here, but we'll see how long it takes. But the fact that those are starting to come back is a good sign. We have a delay based on a lightning strike that hit Tropicana Field directly. Kind of a little rogue cloud rolled in, and we had a little lightning, and there you go, guys. So we're kind of in a holding pattern, but there is the start of illumination on some of these that have been out for a little while, which is a good sign.
Yeah, this began approximately 5 minutes before the hour. I think they're putting a 9:56 start time on it, and so we'll see how much longer it will take to get this lighting situation back in order.
I thought they beat East Lake like every time.
Peralta will loosen up on the hill. We do not have full lighting, but Joe West says, you know what, it's light enough to play, and so we're going to resume this game, and it will not be fully illuminated, but enough to carry on. And so Joel Peralta is back out there loosening. Rays open, scoring in the first inning on this home run off the bat of Evan Longoria, followed a base hit by Matt Joyce. The Rays held that 2-0 lead until Steve Pearce homered in the third, leading off. That coming off Chris Archer. Sacrifice fly in the fourth inning by J.J. Hardy. Scored Nelson Cruz with the second Baltimore run, and the Orioles then scored again in the fifth. A leadoff double by Ryan Flaherty, and he eventually scored on a sacrifice fly to center. And delivered by Adam Jones. The Rays tied it on a sacrifice fly by Ben Zobrist in the bottom of the seventh. David DeJesus, who had a 10-pitch at bat to draw a walk, scored the tying run. So we're tied here in the eighth inning with men at second and third and one out. And Steve Pearce will be up, and the Rays will draw the infield in. Well, I'm not sure that anyone ever thought that there would be the opportunity to have another homer in the Globen that Gabby Hartnett hit with the Cubs back in 1938. But we might have that, at least we'll have that atmosphere with diminished lighting here in the eighth inning. Steve Pearce fouls the pitch. That's a strike.
Well, maybe with the rubbed up baseballs, the hitters won't be able to see the ball as well.
Well, there you go.
Advantage Peralta.
A 19-minute delay because of diminished lighting. Peralta trying to get out of a second and third situation. One and one. Zach Britton up in the bullpen for Baltimore. Well, that was enough of a delay that for Peralta, this is just like working a second inning. He's 1-1 with Pearce. Ball 2-1. Second and third with one away. Infield up, and Peralta's 2-1 pitch.
Well, if you're Steve Pearce, that's the one that you wanted to put into play. 2-1, you got a breaking ball out over the plate with some elevation to it, able to just foul it off. And if you're Joel Peralta, conversely, you take a deep breath right there, say, I got away with one, and now with 2 strikes I can try to put him away, get new life here. And that's what you're going for. Second and third, less than 2.
The 2-2. Chopper foul outside of third. Matt Wieters the runner at third base. Steve Clevenger is the runner at second. Oviedo loosening in the bullpen now for the Rays. Try the 2-2 one more time. Count is full.
And this Baltimore lineup, top to bottom, is very, very aggressive. Do not, as a group, take a lot of walks. And Peralta there trying to get Pierce to maybe chase this pitch down. Doesn't quite get him to do it.
Archer for 5, Boxberger for an inning and 2/3, Gomes for a third. Peralta 1 out into the 8th. Then it's 2nd and 3rd. And ball 4 down. That's going to load the bases. Third walk given up by Rays pitching tonight. And here's Ryan Flaherty. Flaherty doubled to open the 5th inning and scored what was at the time the go-ahead run. First pitch, Peralta gets the count running in his favor. Strike 1.
Well, look at it this way. The walk to Steve Pierce loads the bases, and now you've got an opportunity for a double play ball and a force out at any base. Good curveball there to start him out with.
Ball, 1 strike. Bases are loaded with Wieters at third base, Clevenger at second. Pierce is the runner over at first. Third time the Orioles have had the bases loaded in this game. The 4th inning with nobody out, they got a run. 5th inning with nobody out, they got a run. Here in the 8th, bases loaded, 1 man out. Flaherty rolls it foul and toward the Rays bullpen. One ball, 2 strikes. Base hit into right. Wieters will score. Bases remain loaded, and it's a 4-3 ball game now.
Oh, Ryan Flaherty able to find a hole on the right side. A little split that stayed up and away, and he just gets out and around it, hits it hard, gets it in the hole, gives the Orioles the lead.
And with that, Joe Madden comes out to make the pitching change. We'll be back in a moment. in the 8th inning. Rays fans, don't miss tomorrow's Wednesday night showdown. Presented by Mazda, the Rays take on the Baltimore Orioles, and our coverage begins at 6:30. Rays bring on their 5th pitcher of the night. Juan Carlos Oviedo is the new hurler, making his 7th appearance. Baltimore with Clevenger at 3rd, Pierce at 2nd, and Flaherty over at 1st. Oviedo's pitch is in there for a strike.
Well, what we've seen out of Juan Carlos Oviedo is a very good changeup and a fastball that seems to be improving each and every time out with the velocity. He continues to work himself back into playing shape.
This ball, Markakis fouls it. 2 strikes. Fastball in at 93, and he got it in on him quickly. Clevenger doubled with 1 out. Pierce walked, and Flaherty singled his way on. That single scored Wieters, with the runners moving up a base, so the bases are loaded. 1 out and 2 strikes the count to Markakis. Ground ball out at 2nd. The throw to first going to be wide. The run scores. That makes it a 2-run game. The run charged to Peralta, and it's now 5-3 Baltimore.
Now, you may wonder about that throw from Escobar pulling Loney off the bag. However, it wasn't going to be there in time anyway. This took too long to develop. As Ben Zobrist moving to his left, he's got to make a long throw to Escobar, and then gets it back to Loney. And you saw, even if he was there, Nick Markakis was still going to be able to beat it out. Just took too long for everything to develop.
So now the Rays here in the 8th, down by 2. Manny Machado with a single and a walk the last couple plate appearances takes the first pitch down. Two balls, no strikes. Well, this has turned out to be an extremely long inning. The Rays defenders, 19-minute delay in the middle of the inning. Peralta had his work broken up in what had to seem like working 2 innings. It's a strike to Machado, 2-1. Wieters opened with a single. He has scored. Clevenger doubled off the wall in right center. He has scored. And the count is 3-1 to Machado. That's Nelson Cruz on deck.
You'd prefer him to stay there.
Face him in the 9th. Foul ball off the front of the railing. The Orioles had gathered down there and had dispersed them briefly. balls, 2 strikes. Tapper foul. Markakis will head back to first. Again, and that's going to be ball 4. So Machado walks, and that will reload the bases.
Definitely held up, and that's going to get Nelson Cruz up here. Bases loaded, 2 outs.
So Cruz 2 for 4 tonight. A couple of strikeouts, 2 singles, and a run scored.
And by far and away their biggest run producer so far this year.
Second in the American League in runs batted in coming in to this series. It throws him a strike away from him on the outer edge.
This pitch so effective for Oviedo is he really sells out on that changeup. 84 miles an hour. A lot of body, good arm speed coming at you, and that forces that hitter to have to make a really quick decision. Too quick there.
Low. Cruz, the 8th Baltimore hitter to come to the plate for Buck Showalter's team. They've made it a 2-run 8th so far. In. Off the plate. 2-2. Center field. Jennings is there and makes the catch, running it down to retire the side. Orioles break the tie and lead 5-3. Leads the Rays as we go to the bottom of the 8th. Our T-Mobile game changer, Ryan Flaherty, singled in the run. First run here of the 2 they scored in the 8th. And the base hit through the right side, scoring Matt Wieters. So we go to the bottom of the 8th. Zach Britton, the new pitcher. Logan Forsythe will pinch hit here for Matt Joyce. And the pitch is outside, ball 1.
How about this? Zach Britton, there was a piece that came out. They talked about the best pitches.
One ball, one strike to count on Forsythe. Forsythe overpowered by that fastball from Britton at 94. A little trouble getting it started there. O'Day worked an inning. Tillman 6 innings plus. High chop, charged by Hardy. Quick throw to first, and Forsythe is the first out here in the 8th. Hardy had to get that ball over there in a hurry. So 1 away. Here's Evan Longoria. Evan homered in the first, since then has struck out and lined to center. Fastball is wide from Britton.
There was a piece that came out where they were talking about different pitchers and their pitches, the top 10 pitches in all of baseball, and Zach Britton's sinker made that list. I mean, you see how hard he throws at 94. We saw him earlier this year in Baltimore. The late movement that he gets on that pitch from the left side is really tough to deal with.
He's fallen behind Longoria. 3-0. James Loney on deck. And ball 4. So that gives the Rays a base runner. Loney up there against Britton.
Well, base runners get the tying run to the plate. This will not be an easy at bat for James Loney, but we've seen him handle lefties in the past.
Just a reminder to South Florida viewers, stay tuned for a special edition of Heat Live, the postgame, featuring extensive coverage of Game 1 versus Brooklyn immediately following Rays Live. Well, you see Loney 345 against lefties this year, but as you point out, BA, Britton, not necessarily your garden variety lefty out there.
No, he's not. No, he's not. But I'll tell you, James Loney, if he can get a pitch up in that region, shoot that ball the other way. Well, you know one thing, after the 7th inning, James Loney's been the best in baseball since the beginning in 2013. A clutch hitter, a good plan when he goes to the plate. And this will be a tough at bat, but he still has an idea of what he would certainly like to do here.
Tapper foul. So Loney down in the count, 2 strikes. Tommy Hunter up in the bullpen. the Baltimore closer. Low, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Britton had shoulder issues 2 years ago in 2012. Split last year between Norfolk and Baltimore. And he gets strike 3 at the knees right there. Loney called out on strikes.
Well, you've got to be prepared for the 94 with sink. And then Britton drops a dandy of a curveball on the outside corner right at the knees. Boy, watch this.
So 2 outs now for Will Myers. And a fastball mid-90s. That's a strike. Britton originally got to the big leagues with Baltimore back in 2011 and made 28 starts for them and was very impressive. Won 11, lost 11, and then had shoulder issues. He's throwing harder than ever right now.
You know, coming out of the bullpen, he can, you know, lay it all on the line. Doesn't have to pace himself over the course of a start. 6-7 innings, 100+ pitches. He can let it go.
Ground ball headed to short. Quickly Hardy to Flaherty retires the Rays in the 8th. We'll go to the 9th. 5-3 Baltimore.
Lead, and be sure to stick with us after the final out for Rays Live, the post-game show presented by Checkers. Of course, Todd and Orestes will be steering the ship. Dwayne and BA offering their thoughts on the game. We'll feature Joe Maddon's presser, highlights from around the league, and of course, I'll be in the clubhouse gathering those clubhouse interviews. And you know, me and Chris Archer, we make some TV gold together. So yeah, you're not going to want to miss that one. That's for sure.
Changes for the Rays as we go to the 9th inning. Ben Zobrist moves from second base to left field, and Logan Forsythe takes over at second. Adam Jones will open the 9th inning with Oviedo out there on the mound. Wieters due to hit second, and then Hardy. Pitch is too low. 1 ball, no strikes. Viedo came on to finish out the 8th. A credit for 2/3 of an inning. Two balls, no strikes. It's chopped foul outside of the line at third. Rays had a 2-0 lead at the end of an inning, but the Orioles chipped away with single runs in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th innings, taking a 3-2 lead. Rays tied it with a run in the 7th, but Baltimore came right back with 2 in the 8th inning. They lead 5-3 in the 9th. 2-2 now to Adam Jones. Rays got 5 innings from Chris Archer, gave up 3 runs on 7 hits. Brad Boxberger an inning and 2/3. Brandon Gomes a third. Joel Peralta a third. Peralta charged with 2 runs tonight. And the count is full to Adam Jones. Lifts it up the right side. That's going to be out of play. Reds and the Red Sox are in extra innings at Fenway. That game's in the top of the 11th. They're tied 3-3. Yankees and the Angels in Anaheim, top of the 3rd. No score in that one. Cutting a miss. Jones out on strikes.
He's not going to walk.
No.
He is not going to walk. Just get it close. You really have to work to walk Adam Jones in a full count changeup right here that barely gets over the plate, and you get the big swing and a miss.
Here's the aggressive hitter, Adam Jones. Now Matt Wieters. Blue Jays beat the Phillies in 10 innings in Philadelphia 6-5. One ball, no strikes. Wieters ahead in the count, 2-0. Three and 0. Left side foul, and Longoria over there in a hurry and makes the catch. In such a hurry to get over there, he was pulled around for Wieters.
Yep.
And he had to reach back to make the catch.
Had a full head of steam. Put the brakes on, reach back, make the catch. You'll see right out of the corner of the screen where that was going to come from.
Now the shortstop for Baltimore, J.J. Hardy. Viedo starts him with a pitch wide. This one driven into center. Jennings there to make the catch. 3 up, 3 down in the 9th inning. Rays coming into bat in the bottom of the 9th. They need 2 to keep it alive. 3 to win it. DeJesus, Escobar, and Hannigan due up. Telecast presented by authority of the Tampa Bay Rays may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Tampa Bay Rays. So here's Tommy Hunter, the Baltimore closer. David DeJesus, the first man to face him. The pitch is too low, a ball and no strikes. Fastball at 95. Appearance for Hunter. Takes the count to 1-1. David Lowe is in left field replacing Cruz. Two balls and a strike. Zach Britton worked 1 inning, picked up a strikeout, and has issued a walk, and now Hunter. There's a base hit, shot the other way, and DeJesus is aboard to start the bottom of the 9th. Well, it was that walk that DeJesus worked a 10-pitch at bat for David back in the 7th inning. That gave the Rays their 3rd run, tied the game. Now DeJesus with a leadoff single.
Middle of the plate fastball, and David DeJesus just kind of inside out. Boy, hammers that ball, slices it away from Hardy. Leadoff man aboard.
Escobar. Pitch is a strike. Fastball 96.
I think we all kind of wondered when the season started and Tommy Hunter being the closer how he would fare, because the guy that he was replacing, Jim Johnson, 101 saves the last 2 seasons.
so far just one off the pace in the American League.
Yeah, Hunter making his 13th appearance, 8 saves on the year. One ball, 2 strikes. This ball gets by Clevenger. A breaking ball that rolled in behind him. And DeJesus moves up to second.
Gets underneath the glove of Clevenger. You see the breaking ball down. Squirts underneath the glove. Good read by DeJesus.
Scored a wild pitch to Hunter. DeJesus now at second. Nobody out. Low and outside. Clevenger blocking this pitch. Another hard curve at 85.
Tommy Hunter, another one like Zach Britton, who goes to the bullpen and all of a sudden the stuff goes through the roof. Velocity shoots way up. Converted starter.
Well, Escobar draws the walk. Fastball wide, and the first 2 men are on a hit and a walk. That's going to get Ryan Hannigan to the plate.
Well, and all here at the bottom of the order, too. Best case scenario for the Rays, keep working at bats. Sean Rodriguez coming in to pinch run over at first base. Got 2 very good base runners out there right now.
And Hannigan against Hunter.
We're going to talk about this defense here. The thought of maybe Ryan Hannigan laying down a bunt. It happened before with runners on first and second. You know, Escobar put down a bunt. They had the crash on it. Pierce was able to pick that up and get the lead runner at third base. Oh, Machado and Pierce already a couple of feet in on the turf.
They're set up the same way as they were in the 7th defensively. Going to bunt, and it's popped up foul out of the reach of Pierce and or Clevenger, the catcher. But they had Pierce charging in from first.
And that's the thing. When you square around and bunt like this, if those guys are all crashing, all 3 of them are coming in. See Machado hanging back just a little bit, selling out the other 2. But that's where you can try to cut down that lead runner.
He was bunting on the first pitch, bunting on the second pitch, puts it down, and they're going to have to go to first as he bunted it toward the third base side of the mound.
That's the difference between the Yunel Escobar bunt and the bunt of Hannigan. Right there, you had J.J. Hardy peeling back towards second. You force Machado to field this, go up the third base line. There's no play. There's no one to cover at third. Can't get the lead man. See right here. Got to take the out at first. Well done by Ryan Hannigan, and now you got a shot. Second and third. Again, good base runners, good speed. Just one out.
So Flaherty got over from second.
think they're talking about whether that play at first, whether Flaherty missed first base as he got the foot down. You know, here's the thing. You can't take these challenges with you, so it's close enough. Why not?
Yeah.
It's not like even on the reviews and the replays have been perfect. There you go.
Yep, so Madden says, hey, it's close enough. So they'll challenge this call, and there's the look.
Kind of looks like that heel's hanging on that bag right there. But hey, say, you know what? It's worth a shot. You can't take him home with you.
So the Rays with men at second and third and one out challenge the play at first. That's Joe West, the crew chief there. On with Clint Fagan, who is the first base umpire, and they confirm the call. Well, the Rays are going to have 2 men in scoring position, and it would seem at least a couple shots here to do some damage and try to pull even.
Two pretty good hitters
up here against Hunter.
Yeah, two pretty good hitters too. Zobrist a hit on the night already, shooting one the other way. I'm going to put him on.
They're not going to deal with Zobrist. They'll walk him intentionally, which avoids facing him. It also sets up a force play, double play possibility all over the infield. So the Rays, down by 2, will get the potential winning run aboard on the intentional walk. Zobrist was 6 of 19 lifetime against Hunter. And here's Desmond Jennings, who is 4 out of 9 with a home run lifetime against Hunter.
Yeah, this is a definite roll of the dice here by Buck Showalter. When you put the winning run on base, and of course the numbers that you just referenced by Desmond Jennings.
And the pitch is in there, a strike. Started him with a breaking ball. The Jesus single. He's now at third. Escobar walked. Rodriguez running for him at second. Hannigan put down a sacrifice. Zobrist was intentionally walked. And a pop fly into shallow right. Markakis is there. And the runners remain on their respective bases. So it's 2 gone. And Logan Forsythe, who entered the game as a pinch hitter in the 8th for Joyce, will bat against Hunter. So the Rays, with the bases loaded, have 1 out left. The pitch outside, 1 ball, no strikes. Evan Longoria is on deck. That's a strike. Now 1-1. Baltimore scored 2 in the 8th to take a 5-3 lead. We're in the bottom of the 9th. 1-2. Forsythe taking a curveball in for a strike. And he's out on strikes. Threw him another curveball. Struck him out, and this game is over. 5-3. Baltimore scoring 2 in the 8th, and they make that stand up. The Rays leave them loaded in the 9th, and we'll be back with the totals in a moment.